It doesn't record the chat, but we will be recording everything else. Let me see. There we go. Alrighty. Okay, so we have started recording, so we're going to go ahead and get started. The first thing I wanted to cover is the Student Advisory Board. This is a board that is made up of mechanical and aerospace engineering students. We don't restrict it to lower division or undergraduate or graduate, so you can essentially be any classification and join the Student Advisory Board. What this advisory board is, it serves the department and it serves your fellow students. So students who participate in this advisory board will be presented with any changes the department is thinking of making, and then you will be our sounding board. So for example, last year we hired a few new faculty and we had them meet with the student advisory board so that we can get feedback from the students as to which faculty member they liked. They gave us their input so that we can make decisions based off what you all think. We are going to be hiring 3 new faculty this upcoming semester in the spring for the aerospace program. So once again, once we invite those candidates, we want you all to interview them. We want to hear your feedback. If we're thinking of changing something in a class, we want to get your scope, your ideas. If there are any improvements in the department, we want you all to bring that to our attention. So if there's something we could do better, if there's something that we're missing, please bring that to our attention. In the same vein, if there is new events you'd like to see, if there's a new competition you'd like to see, we are slowly coming back on campus. Next semester, we will most likely host this open house back in person. So we will be doing more things in person. And if there's something you specifically would like us to host, something you'd like to see, that's what the Student Advisory Board is for. If there's certain classes that you think could be improved, this is also an option for you to present this to us, and this board essentially will become self-serving. So it will be run by students for students, and you will have immediate access to myself. So for those of you who don't know, I am the program coordinator in the main office. So you will be presenting your ideas to myself, to Dr. Chessa, who is the chairman of the department. And essentially, if you are interested, all you have to do is be on the lookout for any emails that we will be starting next semester. We recognize this semester is a little too late to get started back on this, but hopefully for the spring semester, we can go ahead and revive the Student Advisory Board, get a good group of students going. Doesn't matter your GPA, doesn't matter your classification. Both mechanical and aerospace students will be welcomed since we are changing our name to the Aerospace and Mechanical Engineering Department. And yes, I am the coordinator for mechanical engineering, but like I said, we are changing our name, so we will become the Aerospace and Mechanical Engineering Department. So I will become the coordinator of the Aerospace and Mechanical Engineering Department. Yes. Okay, Tamara. Yeah, so we would get feedback on these kinds of instances. So I do know we did announce that you can double major in aerospace and mechanical engineering. So I know that was something a lot of students really wanted to go for. However, immediately after that, we learned that there was a high possibility of us offering a master's in aerospace engineering next academic year. So if you were in the student advisory board, you'd be able to help plan out exactly how we share this message with students, how we can ease the confusion, just because we do want to advocate students to get a graduate degree rather than getting 2 bachelor's degrees. Just because if you get a graduate degree, you're more likely to get a higher level position when you go to work. Whereas if you just have 2 bachelor's degrees, it doesn't really differentiate you from other people who perhaps could have a graduate degree. And yes, this applies to upper mechanical engineering majors. So even if you are lower division, if you're not officially an ME major, you're welcome to join. If you are freshman through senior, you're welcome to join. And if you are master's or doctoral, you are welcome to join. You can email me. So I'm going to type my email in the chat. So you can go ahead and email me that you're interested, and I'll put you on our mailing list. so that next semester we can hit the ground running again. We had an active student advisory board pre-COVID, but of course, once we went virtual, things were a little bit lost. But we will also be announcing flyers, sharing posts via email and social media come the spring semester, letting you know when we plan to host that first student advisory board meeting. Alrighty. So do you all have any other questions before I hand it off to the Aerospace Center? Okay, awesome. And let me see, do we have the rep for the Aerospace Center here with us right now? If so, feel free to share your screen and go ahead and get started. Oh, hey, Alejandro, there you are. I'm going to remove my screen so you can go ahead and share yours. And you should be able to unmute yourself as well.
Okay, just give it a quick sec. I think it's taking a while. Sorry about that. I can hear some feedback. Can everyone listen to me perfectly?
Yes.
Excellent. Sorry, I was hearing like a mic or something. But we're
There
good.
you go. You had an echo, but you're good now.
Excellent. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Alejandro Silva, representing the Aerospace Center at C Center at the University of Texas at El Paso. So here at C Center, we have a vision. We want to establish a center for excellence in the aerospace and energy engineering sector. We do so through strategic partnerships in the field, which allow the students to network with important people in the sector and get hands-on experience with real projects in the industry. Some of our accomplishments are over 400 graduates now working in the aerospace and defense workforce. Many of them have done their internships with NASA or other big companies like Lockheed Martin. And about 85% of the students are local from El Paso, in which mostly about 65%, including myself, are graduate students and the rest undergraduate students. Here at the center, we have participated in many conferences and we have published many technical publications. One of mine will be next week in a conference for space propulsion, although the topic is related to robotics in space. Um, but anyway, we have many external partnerships, as you can see, including big names like NASA, Lockheed Martin, Blue Origin, and more. And here at the center, we often have visits from them. Actually, right now, at this moment, we have a visit from Blue Origin in one of our facilities. You'll see them later. Um, but this is like a really good opportunity to talk to people from these companies so you can network with them. And I don't know, ask them questions about like how's a typical day working in this sector or in that company specific. I personally was impressed by a conversation with guys from Lockheed when they told me all about their considerations for cybersecurity. But they come and see the projects that you'll be working on here, and they can provide feedback or interesting suggestions as well. So C Center has many facilities here in El Paso, on campus and also off campus. But let's see a little bit more about them. They're listed here right now, but I'm gonna go into detail which each one. So on campus, we have these four. We have the Goddard facility here, and here we do research in propulsion and combustion. Then the Challenger Columbia facility used for characterization of materials and their properties. Also, we have the computational lab to create simulations and computer analysis. And finally, the unmanned aerial vehicle systems laboratory, where development and testing of drones is done. As you can see, a lot of cool stuff. Outside the campus, we have the Triad Complex, also for research on combustion and propulsion on bigger scale, located at the Favens Airport. In this facility, I'm working with a team of undergraduate students on a system that analyzes combustion of turbulent flow at high speeds. We currently have a setup that does it at subsonic speeds, but we're kind of upgrading it to go supersonic. A lot of more interesting projects are being worked on here. I just share a little bit about the one that I'm working on, but if you go over here, you'll see a lot of equipment for a lot of different projects. Then we have the unmanned aerial systems at the Tornillo facility. A little bit far from campus, I know, but more drone testing is performed here. I have a friend who was working on programming a drone for automated inspections of facilities and equipment, and they do a lot of development of drones here, like different mechanisms or things like that. Finally, we have the spacecraft design and engineering facility located at Francis Street. Here, I have worked the most over here, and it's a facility focused on developing nanosatellites with the standard of CubeSats. I don't know if you guys know what a CubeSat is. One at the right upper picture is display. It's just a nanosatellite with certain standards. But for that, we have this facility, and we have a station for electronics. We also have a ground station there so we can track and communicate with satellites. I have used it a little bit myself, and although it's not related to my field of study, I have learned how to track satellites and listen to them when you can. There's also a lot of frequencies transmitting governmental data, and you have to be careful with them, otherwise you can get in trouble. But besides working with satellites, there's equipment to test components in simulated space environment conditions, like high vacuum levels and the dynamic temperature stresses given in orbit. And now there's a hypersonic lab doing experiments in which I'm not really liberated to display here. Many of the projects we work on here are directly with NASA, Lockheed, or other governmental institutions. So material is classified, and well, to be able to work in some of these projects, you'll have to be a U.S. citizen. But everyone is welcome to work at the center. We also have positions that don't require citizenship. Mhm. Um, Here, you'll be provided with the training that you need. I personally didn't know anything about developing a satellite, and I was working on making one with Lockheed Martin. In important meetings, reviews, we had meetings with them, and we also had their guidance. You'll be impressed with the things that you'll learn here. Working here is like super fun, and it will open a lot of doors for you as well. We're constantly hiring, always be in the lookout for job postings through JobMine, and of course, don't forget to apply. But for contact information, our main office is located at the main campus in the Metallurgy building, room M305. You'll see a NASA logo outside. Still, here you have our phone number and email, and don't forget to follow us in Facebook and Twitter for more updates. But at the moment, that's it. Any questions? All right, so one in the chat, just give me a quick sec to read it. Okay, Adrian is asking, are there any opportunities to work for C-Center on campus with the aerospace program? Have emailed Dr. McGee, but he says no positions. Uh, I mean, positions get filled quite quickly, and we don't post them in specific days. Like, we could have positions open like next month or something like that. So, as I said, always be on the lookout. The best thing to do, honestly, well, one thing that I did, is that I was volunteering with Dr. Flores with robotics, and that got me into working with the C Center eventually. The C Center have affiliation with AI. Actually, well, I'm not sure about that. We have submitted many papers there in that conferences. Well, for how many hours a week is the average to work? For research assistants, as I used to be, now I'm a research engineer. But for undergraduate students and graduate students being research assistants, it's a part-time job, so 20 hours a week. Now that I'm a research engineer there, I'm actually full-time. Next question. When is the best time to join the research? Then if all positions get filled? Uh, Honestly, I would just be.
I think your mic turned off, Alejandro.
Oh, I guess like someone muted me. Sorry.
There you go.
What was the last question that you guys heard that I answered?
The one about when is the best time to join the research if all positions get filled. We didn't get the answer to that one.
Okay. Oh, well, I was answering that one. So, I mean, as I said, just be constantly for the lookout. I know that some students that I'm working with them right now got recently hired, so they recently started working about a month ago. I don't know if they applied way before that, but I've seen postings like in the middle of the semester, so I'll always be on the lookout for that. C Center does accept like mechanical engineering students. We have a lot. I'm a mechanical engineer actually. But we also have some from some other fields like electronics or computer science. So all careers are taken. Can apply. I'm sorry. So we need email to you for the Department for Citizen and Work Opportunities. Um, I mean, I've seen like many postings on Jobman, so that's my best suggestion to for you. Uh, Me personally, I was working with Dr. Flores on robotics before, volunteering, and then he recommended me to C Center, and then eventually I got to work there. So that's another option that you could do. Like, um, and a GPA minimum, it depends on the posting. Sometimes they do require a minimum GPA. Mm, are there fellowship opportunities within the group research group? Uh, well, I'm sorry. Honestly, I wouldn't know how to answer that. But if you really want to know, like, my suggestion is to email C Center, and they'll be happy to answer all other questions that I'm not able to answer. Uh, International students. Um, well, as I mentioned, a lot of the projects are kind of classified, so uh, we are looking mostly for um, citizen students. But I know some coworkers that are not citizens, so they get a position over there. Does the C Center hire students from other majors? I think someone asked that already, but the answer is yes. Like, I know people from computer science and also electrical engineering, but most of them are mechanical engineering. Open positions right now, honestly, I'm not sure about that. Um, if you don't see anything on JobMine, maybe not, but they do post them, and yeah, a lot of people apply right away. So be on the lookout for that. Um, I'm a first semester senior. Is it too late to add aerospace to my undergrad? Uh, well, I honestly, I don't think I can answer that question.
I can jump in on that one if that's okay, Alejandro.
Yes, please.
Okay, so yes, if you are a senior, we do not recommend you to change your major to aerospace. If you really want to study aerospace engineering, then we recommend waiting until fall 2022. We should have a master's in aerospace engineering by then. So it would essentially be the same graduation time if you were to switch your major. But then this way you can get your bachelor's and a master's out of it. And I think if you talk to Ileana Solis, there may be options for you to use one of your senior electives as one of the new aerospace classes that's being offered in the spring semester. So it could be like a course substitution, or it could count as one of your electives. But unless you are a freshman or sophomore, you can easily change your major to aerospace. But if you're a junior, we ask you to talk to Ileana to see your credits, see what makes best sense for you so you don't delay your graduation. And then if you're a senior, we just don't recommend it. Instead, we just ask you to try to aim for that graduate degree in aerospace engineering that we hope to offer in the fall 2022 semester.
Okay, so I guess no more questions. Okay, so Stevan, I have a friend working with you at C Center, and she told me something about going to Favens. What is the purpose to go over there, and what kind of research did you do at that place? So some of the projects that we're working on require combustion and like gases and well, like big equipment that could be kind of dangerous. So we don't keep that equipment at UTEP. We move it over there at Favens, where it's like more open. And in the case of something goes wrong, like it doesn't do a lot of damage. It hasn't happened yet, but since the equipment is there, we had to go there to work on it. Um, I personally haven't gone to White Sands. I know of some other students that had to do their testing at White Sands. That's correct, but I personally haven't gone.
I have a question. Sorry, I'm in class, but like, so basically, the job mine it's gonna be found in job mine most of the years for this program.
Cool. Any other questions?
So I think they asked if JobMine is the only way to find the positions that are open. But I would say JobMine will be an option. And I also know they reach out to the department a lot to send flyers or to post flyers that they're hiring. So you can find them on JobMine. But for example, this week we also sent out some merge opportunities, and that's more in energy research with Dr. Stewart, but it's still through the CSETR. So sometimes you could also check our social media or the emails that we send you guys, and sometimes that's where those job opportunities are posted along with JobMine.
Okay, I guess that's it. And if you guys have any questions later, don't be afraid to send an email over there at the office. We'll be happy to help you with that.
And again, everyone, that email is csetter@utep.edu. I'm also going to type it in the chat for everyone. And if you hear us say CSETR or Aerospace Center, they're interchangeable. They're the same thing. I think CSETR is what we're used to, but I know we're also trying to use the term Aerospace Center to let people know a little bit more obvious as to exactly what kind of research center they are. But thank you so much, Alejandro. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. You guys have a good day.
You too. Next, we have the women of aeronautics and astronautics. So if we have a rep here, I don't know if it's Gala or if it's somebody else, but feel free to share your screen and turn on your mic.
Hi, yeah. So, it's me and Ashley.
Oh, awesome.
Let me just go ahead and share my screen. So yeah, guys. So hello. So we're the Women of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Just first things first, just to introduce ourselves for a little bit. So this is our executive officers. I'm the president, Gara Solis.
And I'm the secretary, Natalie Del Valle.
And then we also have our internal relations, which is Liza Gereke. And then we have our treasurer in Notion, Habib. And then we have our vice president, Desiree Jonas. So basically, a little bit about what we do and who we are is our mission is basically to empower women and other gender minorities in the aeronautics and astronautics field. We try to do this through technical hands-on experiences, through networking, other outreach events. Basically, in order to do so, our plan is to close the large gender gap between men and women when it comes to being in the industry or academia, no matter what type of aerospace application people want to go into, and increase the inclusivity to create a community where we have people with the like-minded, support and diversity. That way we can have a whole entire community of people who are allies for women empowerment and women who want to feel safe in a group within the aerospace field.
And I also just wanted to add, although we do have a mission to empower women, we are not just open to women members, we also are open to men to join as well. This is really just about empowering women in the aerospace industry also. So these are some projects that we have coming up. Currently, we are focusing on the Caltech Space Challenge, which is an individual project that we have provided to our members. Basically, it's a 5-day international student space mission design competition. You get to work under the mentorship of experts from NASA and other big names in the academia. So basically, students would be responsible of designing their mission concept from scratch to a final proposal. And the application portal has been open as of September 1st to 2021. And the competition would take place March 21st through the 25th, the following year, next 2022. But basically, you would just need to design a space mission, and it would be, again, just totally from scratch. It's a really great way for our members to get some hands-on technical experience, and that's really just the individual project that we're focusing on this semester for our individual members. So the one that we're working on as a organization is called the Big Idea Challenge. And so every year NASA has this Big Idea Challenge, and basically it stands for Breakthrough, Innovative, and Game-Changing. So this year they're focusing on developing a non-traditional rover. And most rovers are built with wheels. However, this one, we are required to figure out a different way, different concept for rovers to explore Moon and eventually Mars terrain. And this is open to both undergraduate and graduate students. We are still accepting members. We already have some sub-teams, and we'll be having our first virtual meeting tomorrow evening. And we'll be having our first in-person meeting the next week. So currently, we are going to start working on the proposal. And with that proposal, if we are selected, we would be able to get funded to actually build the rover in person and be able to test it. And UTEP is a great college for NASA to provide funding to, because we are a college that it has tons of minorities, and NASA really likes to open up that diversity to minorities. So again, this is really just a great way to also implement your problem-solving skills, and also work in a team with different people. We do have different sub-teams, communications, also mobility. Mobility is a big one, as a project is basically surrounded on the idea of a non-traditional rover. And it would be great for us to get funding for this so we could actually build this in real life and be able to test it. And it would be great for us to represent UTEP in that way. And the deadline has actually changed. It's no longer December 2021. We do actually have until late January.
So another event that we're also planning on hosting is a Women in Aero panel. So what we plan to accomplish with this is to invite leaders in aerospace in all industry and academia, that are female leaders that have been, that will be able to come and talk about their experiences that they dealt with while going through, like, dealing with obstacles, rather it was them being minorities in the STEM fields or any other kinds of obstacles that they experienced. And basically to create like a networking event for all the students here and our members. Some of the people that we kind of want to invite, so of course we want to invite our very own president, Heather Wilson. We want to invite Dr. Amelia Gregg, which she does a lot of lunar research here at UTEP. She works under the CSETR program. We also want to invite Marisa Garcia. She is an alumni from UTEP. She currently works at Marshall Space Flight Center, and she works a lot with propulsion and a lot of fluid systems. And NASA tends to post her everywhere on social media. So she is a very big ambassador for NASA and UTEP as well. And we have a couple of contacts at Lockheed that might be able to come over to UTEP and talk to our members. So these are just some of the people that we are thinking of inviting. We're in the process of figuring out if we can invite other people from other companies that would be either like other startup companies or places where we've interned before. So we're in the process of setting that up, and it should be during the first week of December, just because we want to give them time for them to do like expert control and be able to have their presentations ready for you guys. But yeah, basically it's like for them to give their advice on either government, academia, and the private sector. So whether it is like Lockheed Martin or it is NASA, or if it's like another university where they're teaching.
So these are some fellowships that some of our members have participated in or intend to participate in. These are great ways for students to get internships and full-time jobs. I know Gala has had participated in these fellowships before, and she has had some awesome opportunities open up because of these fellowships. And we really also, our drive is really just to encourage our members to learn more, open their field, really just push themselves as students. And these are great opportunities to gain internships and also really just some hands-on experience outside of the UTEP sector.
Also, we just wanted to mention some of the previous events that we've actually had as well. So we're not only doing professional and technical level, we also try to be a little more relaxed. So for Halloween, we had a movie night social. So we had a couple of our members, we dressed up. So those who didn't dress up, they didn't make the cut to be in the picture. But we had the people dress up, and we had a little costume contest. And the winners received like little goodie bags with like candies and like cool stuff for like pumpkin carving and stuff like that. We've also had volunteering opportunities at the El Paso Space Festival, which is normally hosted like at the beginning of the fall semester. So the bottom picture is like one in 2019, and then it didn't happen in 2020 because of COVID, but we fortunately were able to participate in the 2021 one. And it was really fun because we took a couple of 3D printers and we were showing, kids, it was like K through 12 outreach. We were showing them a little bit about what 3D printers can do for you, like different types of processes. And we had them paint like their favorite like planets, and we had little astronauts that we were handing out. So it was really nice to be able to like participate in this volunteering outreach activity that we had. And also a previous competition that we participated in was the AIAA Space Design Competition, where we were designing a rover that would be able to extract ice core samples from Mars. So the whole purpose of it was that we had to design an entire mission, an end-to-end mission, where we had to choose which rocket we would want to use, and we went with the Falcon 9, the SpaceX Falcon 9. And from there it would launch, and we would have to plan out like the specific dates when it would launch, using like real life data basically. And so from there we had to plan the transit to Mars, and once it landed to Mars, how would the rover come out of the actual rocket, and how it would like extract the ice core samples, how it would collect them, and then eventually take them back to Earth. And we had like a 10-year span of being able to do this with a limited like money amount, and we had to like use like real life constraints. So like we were dealing with like the fiscal year of 2020. So it was really exciting to be able to like, do a lot of research. I believe that, so we weren't able to complete it, but I believe that it was very valuable because we learned a lot about space systems, about mission design, and about a lot of SolidWorks basically. So we eventually plan on having this competition as well in the future. So we'll see how that goes, how the big idea goes as well.
And that's basically it from us. You're welcome to join us using any of these QR codes. You can also email me, the secretary, or Gala. However, you're also just welcome to scan any one of these codes. Follow us on Instagram. We are very active on Instagram. So if you have any questions that you don't want to ask here, you can also ask us on Instagram as well.
And so I see a question from Luis. So yeah, so the panel should be open to everybody. We will be making like a flyer and we'll be sharing that. It would be really awesome if you guys were registered in the Mind Tracker and like being a part of the organization and everything. That way we can have enough funding to be able to like provide all the food and snacks and stuff for like our panelists and everything. So that would be very appreciated if you guys were like supporting of the organization as well. But it would be open for like the entire department or the entire like engineering department basically.
So Maximilian, I'm sorry, I don't see your first name. But yes, guys can join. So we do just want to push for equality and just make a safe space for women and gender minorities in the aerospace industry. But it's open to all genders. And it's a really great way for you to build your network as well. And also we have plenty of projects that we worked on last year and this year. So you're also welcome to join those.
And then also I see a question from Adrian. So AIAA used to be pretty active before 2000, I think it was before 2019, but I do remember that we had no funding. So that stopped. And then for a while, I think it just went under, but I think they kickstarted again. But AIAA right now is just dealing with the Spaceport America Cup. I don't think it's like necessarily doing a lot of the organization events like networking events and stuff like that. I think they're just under the Spaceport America Cup right now, which is like a class for like an elective and credit.
I can also give a little bit more info on AIAA. So for those of you who don't know, we took, I think, our 3 student orgs and assigned them to a course. So if you were in Shell Eco Marathon, we joined that up with ASME. If you were in the Mini Baja competition, that stayed with SAE. And then we kind of tried to combine the Spaceport America Rocket Challenge and AIAA. And the way it works is that for each of these orgs, there's the professional outreach, regular student organization aspect of it, and then there's the course. So if you're in the class, you will have to work on the competition that the student organization is assigned. So for AIAA, there is like a regular student org aspect to it where you do, all the events. They weren't able to make it today because they didn't have a representative, but you participate in events and you're supposed to do professional, development. And then there's the Spaceport America, which is the actual class that you register and get credit for.
And so Anya, yes, you can participate. So I believe you're in an internship right now, right? So I think this semester we're just trying to set up like the proposal and the video and everything. And since it is due in January, I think like beginning to work on it would probably be next semester. But it's all dependent on the funding and if we do get like the acceptance of the proposal, basically. So I think our meetings, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Natalie, but there's one meeting tomorrow. I'm not sure the time. I think it's in the afternoon. but it's going to be virtual. So you guys are welcome. Anybody that's interested in participating, anybody's welcome to join.
Yes, I can go ahead and put the meeting link in the chat for anyone who's interested. But I did also see a question regarding the sub teams that we'll be having. So we'll actually be having a DAC, which would be data acquisition, which is just a design of the instrumentation and acquisition tools. Also power, mobility, structures, communications, and thermal sub teams. So there's quite a diverse range of focus on the rover. So basically, if you want to focus on a specific, I guess, engineering process, for example, thermal or communications, then I would recommend for you to join those teams if you want more experience in those specific sectors of engineering. But yes, Gala, the meeting is tomorrow. It's going to be 5 p.m. I'll be posting the meeting link in the chat. Also, we will be having our first in-person meeting next week. That's really just for us to start reconvening and organizing our thought, our plan of attack, and how we're going to organize our subsystems on the proposal.
And Christian, yes, you can choose which part of the project you can participate in. So if you scan the Interested in the Big Idea QR code right here on the screen, it'll take you to a Google Doc, and you can choose like what kind of subsystem you want to participate in. And if you have any questions on like the descriptions of each, like you can go ahead and send us an email and we'll respond to you. Does anybody else have other questions? Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. I hope everyone has a good rest of their day. And I'll be posting the meeting link in the chat shortly.
Thank you all. Mario, I don't know if you or somebody else is going to present for ASME, but if you can turn off, you can share your screen and turn on your mic.
Yes, I'm on. Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, hello everybody. Thanks for joining us today. We are the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and my name is Mario Perez. I am the current president. If you're interested in joining, prior to the presentation, here is the interest form, and there's going to be an opportunity for you guys to scan again. So let's just jump right into the presentation. So who are we? So the American Society of Mechanical Engineers is basically an engineering student org within mechanical engineering that's tailored to representing mechanical engineering students here at UTEP. So we're all across the board. I like to think of it as various pillars, from the sense of academic, where we help you with tutoring sessions, from professional development, where we host resume workshops, LinkedIn workshops, interview workshops, all the way to technical projects, where we have the Shell Eco Marathon project that was talked about previously. So we're just all across the board, and we're here to help you guys and serve as a platform for you guys to connect with mechanical engineering peers. So value added, why should you join? I get it, this is the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, but why should like a freshman or someone that's in engineering join this organization? First thing is that you get to connect with classmates within mechanical engineering that have the same interests as you. A lot of times you walk into a classroom and you see the same person for the whole semester, but you never talk to them. But if you go to these meetings and you see them, that gives you another opportunity for you to network with them, for you to talk to them and make friends. So this is a good chance for you to connect with your classmates. And of course, a lot of our members and officers have interned at top tier companies. or have excelled in the mechanical engineering course load. A lot of our members, have really strong GPAs or have intern at places such as Lockheed, Tesla, Cummins, all these dream companies, Microsoft, all these companies that students typically go for. So we give you guys that opportunity to connect with them, ask them questions. One of the things that really helped me as an undergraduate was being able to reach out to upperclassmen and ask them, what made you so successful in your academic journey? What did you do? What set you apart? And I was able to take those points and implement them into my academic journey. And that helped me stand out and kind of develop myself as an individual through the mechanical engineering course load. And of course, plans that we have include resume workshops, the mentorship program that we currently run, company events, socials, tutoring sessions, and of course, the technical projects that we'll be talking more in detail. So Jesus, are you on?
Yes, hello everyone. Can everybody hear me? All right, then I take that as a yes. So hello everybody, my name is Jesus Melendez. I'm the current vice president. So the CO2 Dragster competition is it was some sort of tradition for mechanical engineers where you design a CO2 dragster and you get to race it and compete against other mechanical engineering students, which is a pretty fun experience into itself. You see how from the development side of having your car develop and having all the how would you say it, all the types of designs and all the mods you want to have, so to the end race it and have a really good time. So it's really competitive. Sadly, seems like this year is coming really hard to do it, but we're trying to do our best to have some sort of competition regarding this. So next slide, please, Mario. So, okay, the ASME networking dinner. So sadly, this semester, again, due to the pandemic and all of us trying to get back to normal, it wasn't doable. But normally, the ASME networking dinner is for you to connect on a more casual way with the recruiters, have them to get you to know it more on a personal side, not just like handing them your resume, they reading them and saying like, "Hey, thank you, apply online," but rather talking about more in depth for internships and full-time opportunities, getting them to know you a little bit better. So it's a really good way to get an internship opportunity. So for next year, we're trying to kick it off again for all of you to have great experiences and more great opportunities.
Yeah,
Next
so
slide,
just to
please.
emphasize
Oh
this,
yeah, please.
just to emphasize on this a little more, is this is pretty much a like a networking style dinner that we organize. We invite various company representatives, and you can sit and talk to them prior to the week of the career fair. Where you can ask them about things that can set you apart as an intern. Like you can ask them to review a resume real quick. So it's just gives you opportunity to take an advantage over other candidates. So this is a good opportunity for this. Like Jesus mentioned, this semester we were unable to do it. Because of the career fair, there weren't many companies coming in this semester, so we figured it wouldn't be as valuable. But both the networking dinner and the CO2 Dragster race is something that we're gonna kick off next semester for sure. So that's something that is in our agenda, and that's something that's been an ASME tradition.
Want to keep those traditions alive. So apart from all of those traditions, we also have socials and mentoring. So these are opportunities to participate in socials. And as Mario said earlier, you get to know those guys that you see them every day on your class, but you never get the chance to talk to them. Probably you have a lot of interest, or probably you want to work in the same company and probably in the future become coworkers, but you would never know that if you don't talk to them. So that's why the socials have a really good that's a really good way to talk to them, getting to know your fellow mechanical engineers, trying to talk to them again in a more personal side, to ask them, hey, what did you do to get a job in this company? Could you take a look into my resume to see what could I change or anything like that? And also we have the mentoring program, which is it's on a more formal way where you get the opportunity to have a mentor or a mentoree if you want to mentor someone. There we go. Perfect. It's aimed to start professional relationship between those starting their collegiate careers and those who have established themselves within the field. The program itself, we did it earlier in the semester. It's just saying you fill a Google Doc and put all the interests, where you have been, where you have worked, where are the classes you were good at it, and you get paired with those people's with similar interests. And this benefits you because as a mentor, you have the experience to help out those who are coming after you. It's a really good way to develop your leadership abilities, social abilities, as well as just working with someone. And it's really good on a resume to be a mentor because you, as I said earlier, you show all those abilities that you have, but probably you cannot put it on a resume because you only do it in a more casual way. And for a mentee, it's a really good opportunity again because let's say that somebody wants to work at Tesla, and I know for a fact that Mario worked there, and you get Mario as a mentor, he will tell you all the secrets that you need to know to get at least an opportunity or see how he did it himself. So it's a really, really, again, let me emphasize on this, it's a really good program that I hope all of you are interested in joining.
Yeah, so to echo Jesus a little bit, a lot of times, I talked earlier about the opportunity to be able to talk to upperclassmen. A lot of times I know that freshmen or sophomores, they tend to be a little shy and don't reach out to upperclassmen or simply don't have the resources to be able to reach out to them or don't know them directly. This allows you guys serves as a platform for you guys to connect with them. So we basically send out forms for people interested to be mentors, forms for people interested in being mentees, and then we pair you guys up based on interest. And we, of course, kind of like speed dating in a sense, where we pair you guys up, and that gives you guys a chance to get to know different people. Of course, as a mentor, you get to, of course, provide valuable insight to the things that you have learned, and as a mentee, you get to learn a lot of things that these people wish they knew when they were earlier on in their careers. So we have gotten really, really good positive feedback from this. There's a lot of people sign up, so it's a good opportunity for you guys to network with upperclassmen.
In my case, to be honest, just to emphasize on that, in my case, I am a mentor. I have been for a year, and it's pretty much just from asking short question of what do you think about this professor? How do you get an A with this professor? In my case, as a mentor, just asking the newer students, hey, what do you think about this professor that I never had class with? So it's a really good insight for both of the parties.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. In addition to the mentorship program, like I talked about before, we do professional development, and that's a big emphasis within our organization. Is that we do things such as resume reviews, interview workshops. How do we help you with your elevator pitch? How to navigate career fairs? How to prepare for interviews? Just recently, this past Saturday, we had a huge event in collaboration with other student orgs where we talked about these topics specifically. We ordered breakfast and lunch for all of our participating members. We were able to give them really, really valuable workshops, and they were there asking questions, and we brought in guest speakers from companies such as Rolls-Royce, Accenture, um, and they were just able to hear and listen firsthand about tips and tricks from these recruiters. So these are just a glimpse of the things that we do, and the value that we can provide to you through this organization. So in addition to the professional development and the mentorship and the social aspect, one of the biggest things that has been probably the biggest thing within ASME this semester has been the kicking off of the Shell Eco Marathon team. So what this is that it's a design team tailored specifically to the design of a battery electric autonomous vehicle. So think of like a mini Tesla. So what this is that through this project, you get to participate through the entire product life cycle of a product. And the beauty about this is that we started from scratch. So you get to take it through the entire lifecycle, included system requirement analysis, defining the system, what are the rules, what do we need to design to, the actual design where you actually do the CAD or you actually do the conceptual design, and then you focus more on the detail design, the simulation where you run the finite element analysis, the CFD, everything to be able to see if your design works. And of course, once that gets approved, we move on to the manufacturing through the building. And once that is done, once you actually have a functional vehicle, you test it and validate it. Does it work? Is it compliant? Is it up to spec from a safety standpoint? So you're able to take the whole product to the entire life cycle. You get to work in a team, participate in your own sub team, and at the end of the day, we compete in the global the Shell Eco Marathon competition, which is like a leading competition where institutions from all across the nation come and compete. So you get to kind of see where we stack up against other institutions like Stanford, all these big companies, and show off our minor pride. So in addition to that, we have like various teams like I talked about. So we have a structured team. That team focuses specifically on the body and the chassis of the vehicle. A powertrain team, which focuses on the motor, the battery, and the transmission. The drivetrain, which focuses specifically on the steering, the suspension, and the brakes, and of course the wheel and axle. Electrical team, which focuses on the electrical controller unit, the motor controller unit, sensors, lights, etc. Thermal, which analyzes the thermal balance and incorporates subsystem cooling, such as heat sinks, fans, etc. And a software team, which is dedicated to actually incorporating self-driving feature into the vehicle. And there's also another competition that's going on called the virtual autonomous competition, which they compete and they actually have to simulate the vehicle running through a virtual obstacle course. And we also have a safety team to keep us under compliance. And they do safety analysis and, of course, help us with the test and validation, test plan definition. So, of course, now that we talked about what the team does, why should you join? So the beauty about this technical project is that you can actually claim class credit for senior design, principles of engineering, and both of the special topics. So and we understand that as students, we have a lot of obligations, and being able to dedicate a lot of time into this project is sometimes very difficult. But being able to enable students to participate in this project and also claim class credit gives you guys that degree of freedom to be able to participate in this project freely and actually devote more of your time. In addition to that, you get to build your resume. When you talk to recruiters, a lot of the first thing that they're going to ask is, tell me about yourself and tell me about your technical experience. Tell me about your projects. And what are you going to say? Oh, I worked in the thermal system design project lab and where I did this. Or what looks better, being able to talk about projects you've done in class or projects that you've done outside of class in a team where you actually, design an entire product through its entire life cycle. This looks very, very impressive. And of course, you gain both technical and the soft skills desired by these recruiters. Things from computer modeling such as CAD, geometric dimensioning and tolerancing, GD&T, FEA, CFD, and of course hands-on manufacturing, machining, where we're actually in the machine shop, we're actually taking out the components, we're simulating, we're testing. It's very, very hands-on. And in addition to that, the soft skills, right? Being able to work in a team, being able to communicate. We have weekly stand-up meetings where you have to present your progress, and then as a team, we discuss and we collaborate. Did you consider this? Did you consider that? And it's just pretty much how industry works. So we prepare you for that. Of course, public speaking. I believe that public speaking is a skill that you develop. Of course, some people it comes natural to them, but the more you practice, the better you become. So being able to practice that in a team like this is going to help you serve to you from an advantage. And of course, time management and project ownership, being able to be responsible for an entire product and taking it through its entire life cycle. And the registration is ongoing for next semester. We're accepting of course, applicants. So in order to sign up, you have to email Dr. Khan to be able to register for the course. And his email is arkhan@utip.edu. So email him expressing your interest and the class you would like to substitute so that we can get you registered and initiate the approval process. So of course, this semester we've been full throttle. That's been the main focus of ASME this semester, just kicking off the team, making sure that it's on board. And it's been lots of fun through my participation because I'm the team captain as well. Through my participation, I've been able to learn a lot of technical skills about project management, about the little things that you don't really realize, system level thinking as opposed to detailed level thinking. So we teach you all that stuff. That's the stuff that you get to learn firsthand. So I encourage all of you guys to participate in this project. And we're very structured. Like every week we try to have an agenda about about weekly deliverables that you should be doing. We have a Gantt chart to keep us organized. And at the end of this semester, we're going to be having a preliminary design review. We're going to invite faculty so they can give us feedback on our design and they can tell us, what, this works, this doesn't, continue with that, change that. And once that is set in place, we can continue with the manufacturing aspect of it. So this semester has been focused specifically to design. And next semester, of course, continue with the more detailed design and order parts and start with the manufacturing of the vehicle. And the competition takes place usually in May. So of course, the design takes time, but the goal is to compete in May. So this is the Shell Eco Marathon competition and the design team that represented under the umbrella of ASME, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. So I know there was a lot of information to be covered. Membership, of course, join us on Mindtracker. If you guys are familiar with Mindtracker, just look us up, American Society of Mechanical Engineers, request to join, and we'll approve you. We're also on social media where we post a lot of our flyers and a lot of our updates. So follow us at ASME UTEP. We do require a $10 local membership fee, and that's to keep the organization afloat. And then there's also the national fee, that's $25. So ASME tends to have a lot of workshops and info sessions. So being a national member gives you that benefit of being able to access those workshops. And of course, stay tuned for communications and join us at our virtual events along with our in-person events, and also join the Shell team. So with that being said, I know we covered a lot of info. So if you're interested in joining, scan this QR code and that'll direct you to a Google form, and we'll have your information, and I'll be sending out more updates about events that we have coming up and things that you should do to be officially enrolled into the organization. So are there any questions?
There are several in the chat, so I'm just going to read them.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, most of the events are in UTEP. As Escobedo C asked, yeah, most of the events, the networking dinner, most of them are on UTEP, mostly socials from time to time. We're trying to do them as well as in the school, so it's a little bit easier. Another question for Echo is, do you go and compete against other schools? As Mara said, yes, this is a multinational competition, but mostly for the first time, you compete with other schools in America.
Yeah, so I'll talk about that. So it's a big deal. It's like one of the world's leading student competitions. And what it is that there's Shell Eco in the Americas, Shell Eco in Asia, Shell Eco Europe. So they each have their own, and then depending on who wins each competition, there's a global competition. Of course, we're trying to get to that scale. So it is a big competition where you do compete with other institutions. You get to showcase your skills at minors and apply all the engineering fundamentals that we learn in the courses.
Another question is, when replacing the classes for this organization, will we still have to attend the class or just the organization?
So the question is, if you don't plan to claim course credit? Or what's the question?
I think it will be more like when replacing the class for organization, we will have it's a class itself, like the workshop, the working on the car and joining the weekly meetings. It's considered as a class. Dr. Khan, I believe they meet once a week, and you have to work on it as a normal class.
Yeah, so students that are enrolled in the course, of course, as a team, we have weekly meetings where we all meet every Friday from 2 to 4. And that's subject to change semester to semester. It's just this semester we meet on Fridays at that time because that meets most of the team. That suits most of the team. But what we do is that we have progress meetings where the entire team meets and each team goes up and they talk about, okay, what's the progress that you've done? Powertrain presents, drivetrain. Each team presents and we give them updates, we give them feedback, and then we establish action items for the following week. And of course, the sub teams meet in their own time as well during the week to work on their specific components. Of course, if you're registered to the course, there's a bigger obligation from your sense to be able to work and deliver. So the professor is taking note as to who's actually contributing, who's actually participating, who's putting in the work, since that's going to be affecting directly your grade. But we also have members who are not enrolled in the course who are also part of the team. So if you feel like you won't be able to claim course credit just because you're interested in taking other classes, but you still want to be part of the team, you can still join and not take the class. So it's open for everybody, but we're giving students the option to also claim class credit, and I think that's a very sweet option that you should take advantage of.
I think we've run out of time. If you want, Mario, I can answer the questions with chat itself, so we can give the opportunity to the other teams after us.
Yeah, sure. Myra, does that work? Do we have time for more questions, or are we out of time? Should we answer the questions in the chat?
Yeah, let me see. Is the rep from Mais and Ship here? Because if they're not here, then I think you all can keep going. Anyone from Mais and Ship? Okay. I don't think they're here, so I think you guys can keep answering the questions through your microphone. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Perfect then. So okay, I'm continuing to reading the questions so everybody can go. Another question is, can you only substitute one course?
So the idea with this is that you're able to substitute up to 4 courses, but you can only substitute one course at a time. Like, it's not like you take Shell one course and not substitute all 4 courses. Like, you can take the course 4 times to be able to substitute those 4 classes. Am I correct, Myra? Myra, did you catch that?
Sorry, I accidentally left the chat. Yes, that's correct. So you can register for that class multiple times, so once each semester, but you can't register for all of them all in one semester, if that makes sense.
Right.
Okay,
And
then, so
the team has been working in full throttle. So don't think that, we're so unorganized that we have no direction. Like, we try to stay on top of it. That's why in our team structure, we have the team captain, which is myself, and we also have a dedicated project manager who's in charge of, the timelines, the budget, keeping us on track. What are the things what are the risks, right? What are the teams experiencing that is gating them? What are some of the blockers? What are some of the things that we can do to be able to move the things forward? So we try to keep some structure. We try to keep the project moving. We started from scratch this semester, and we've had a lot of good progress and a lot of good work done. So this is the type of experience that you're going to get by joining our team.
all right. The next question is: I'm interested in joining ASME. Are there any GPA requirements? Is it open to international students? And can I join as a freshman?
Yeah, absolutely. As of now, we do not have any GPA requirements to join ASME. Because we want to make it inclusive towards everybody, right? Because we understand that sometimes you have a rough patch in your academic journey, you're not able to get your GPA up, but through these workshops, we're able to kind of enlighten you and give you that nudge to move forward. At the moment, we probably will have a GPA requirement to be able to enroll in the course, to be able to claim class credit, but that is still up to grabs, and that's something that's going to be discussed with Dr. Khan. So send him an email if you're interested in joining the team, and he'll be able to provide you more guidance. International students, yes, we take everybody, so that's not a hindrance. We take everybody. What was the last part of the question? Freshman, right?
Yeah, freshman.
And yeah, absolutely. We want freshmen to join because you guys are the future of the project. What we don't want is for people to join one semester and then they leave it next semester and the project dies. The idea of this project is to have continuation and to be moving forward. And year after year, there's a different team taking over. That's the idea of having it through ASME and having, being able to establish some continuation to the project. So yes, we encourage freshmen. We have freshmen currently working, helping us out in the team currently. And we'll teach you. Like, don't think that, oh, I don't know anything. We don't expect you to come and hit the ground running, right? We're here to nurture you. We will, at request, we provide you with workshops. In these teams, we have seniors who have succeeded in academic course load. So you're able to ask them questions, learn from them. So yes, absolutely. We take students from all classification levels.
And if you're interested in just joining the organization, all of those are yes. We don't have any GPA requirement for you to attend all the meetings or anything like that. It's open to every student. And of course, you can join as a freshman. The earlier, the better, so you can get the most out of it. Another question, but this is just based on those classes. I believe you're referring to those 4 classes that can be substituted. Yes, you can only substitute the Shell Echo Marathon team for those 4 classes, for the 2 special topics, senior design and principles, if I'm correct.
Correct. Yeah.
And another question is for the Shell Echo vehicle, is it only for senior classification? I think you already answered this.
Yeah, all classification levels. Yeah.
Okay, another question is when do you have meetings?
As for the ASME side of things, we usually try to have monthly meetings once a month where we cover important updates. So in the beginning of the semester, we had our first general meeting, and then we had our second general meeting. So we try to cover events coming up from a month-to-month basis. And of course, the workshops will go in between. So we send out emails about that. As for the Shell Eco Marathon team, we meet every Friday from 2 to 4. That's this semester. Next semester, that's subject to change. But we meet every week as for Shell. And of course, if you're within your own sub-team, you need to meet within your team to be able to work on the project. So of course, like all technical projects, in order for this to succeed, there is a degree of commitment, and you get what you get what you put into it is what I'm trying to say. So if you're serious about eco, we'd love to have you. But like I said, there is a degree of commitment, and I don't say this to scare you, but we don't want people to just come and then just end up not showing up to the meetings, right? And at the end of the day, this is very beneficial to you guys. This is here to help you guys out, and it's a technical project for you to build on your technical skills.
Another question from Callaway's, but we don't have to attend the actual class, in parentheses POE. I'm
I
not
don't
sure about the
understand
question,
the question.
but
You're welcome to unmute yourself and speak.
okay, he's going to clarify. So let's go to the next question in the meantime. Another question is, what about students unable to attend meetings due to personal reasons?
Well, we have students that are unable to attend, that are not registered for the course, that are unable to attend like the general meetings for eco, but they still help out their respective teams, and that's okay. But note that if you are registered for the class, attendance is mandatory, because at the end of the day, like, it's a class, and you do have to be present. But if you have obligations and you can't attend the meeting and you still want to be part of the team and you're not enrolled in the course, you can still support these teams in your own time.
I think those are all the questions. Still, Callaway. Pardon me if I. Okay, there we go. He asks, whatever class we choose to substitute. Pardon me. We don't have to attend the class. No exam, no homework or classwork. Our course grade is simply based on the work we do for the organization.
That is correct. That is correct. Like, the shell team is the course itself. So we have work where you have to, like, for the following week you have to present a design, or for the following week you have to present the simulation done. So we have weekly deliverables that you have to comply by, and that's going to define your grade. So it's not like we have exams or things like that. This itself would substitute those classes, and you wouldn't have to take those exams, like you talked about. But don't think that, oh, I don't have to take any exams, I don't have to do any work, because at the end of the day, it is a class and you are expected to deliver.
The Shell Echo team, it's really going, and for the people who are interested in joining, we obviously want you to be proactive and work on your time for your sub teams and everything like that, because you don't want to cause problems to another team because your team was late or anything like that. All of the team members are expected to work proactively regarding their own the things that are asked.
Right. And I know, like, I don't mean to scare you guys, like, oh, we do a lot of work, because some students are hesitant, like, you know what, I don't want to struggle, I want the easy way out. And that's fine, but in order for design teams to work, in order for you to really get the most out of your experience, to build on those technical skills, you know, you have to, put in the effort. And that's one thing that we preach, and that's one thing that is very present within our team. All of our members are very dedicated, the people that have stuck around, and we have done a lot of great progress, and that's something, a tradition that we want to keep moving forward with. Um, and this is what
This
recruiters look
the
for.
course.
This is what sets you apart.
Of course, yeah. This is a really good experiment for you guys to get an idea of how the professional side of engineering is, because you will have deadlines, you will have to work with other peoples that probably you don't know. So it's a really good experience that you get. Instead of a paycheck, you get a grade. So it's really good for you to practice, for a lack of words.
Yeah, definitely. And
Another
then,
question. Oh, please
oh,
go on.
another question. Go for
All
it.
right,
Another
then I'll
question.
go. Perfect. They ask, what skills can you acquire to Echo Shell?
What skills can you get from eco?
That's the question.
Okay, so just to name a few, from the technical side, for example, computer modeling. The structure team is very, very CAD heavy, so they're on Fusion, actually modeling the chassis, modeling the body, making sure that it's within specifications defined by the rules. In addition to that, once we actually submit it to manufacturing, if we're going to get it outsourced, if we're going to send it to a machine shop for them to build it to us, we have to provide these suppliers with the actual blueprints. So in order to be able to do that, we have to come up with the drawings, and they need to be properly labeled, so you get to experience the geometric dimensioning tolerancing skill there. Also, to be able to know if your model works, you have to conduct stress analysis, right? And if you've taken some of those courses, it's called finite element analysis, or FEA for short. And it's basically, you input the loads, you run the mesh, you define your constraints, and you're able to get a stress plot, and define and find the factor of safety to see if your design is over designed, or if it's not compliant, if you need to beef it up a little more. So that's on the FEA side. Of course, we also run, like, the aerodynamics side of it, because at the end of the day, our focus is energy efficiency. So it's a marathon to be able to see how much mileage we can get out of the car, from our powertrain. So we have to make sure that our vehicle is aerodynamic. So we do computational fluid dynamics, the CFD. So our structure team has a body design, and they've been working on running the CFD, and of course the hands-on, the manufacturing, the machining, being able to just when we tell you, okay, this is a motor we want, you know, the next question will be, okay, what's the size? You know, what's the power requirement of it? Um, is it going to be brushless? Is it going to be, you know, AC DC? So you know, we ask a lot of those questions, and you know, it puts you to test as an engineer. So that's from the technical side, and of course from the soft skill side, being able to work in a team, being able to communicate, being able to get your point across. As engineers, one of our weaknesses is being able to not get our point across effectively. So being able to be short, crisp, and concise with key points and key metrics is something that you get um, to put in practice in this team. Public speaking, time management, being able to deliver specific action items, being able to comply with the deadlines, and of course, taking ownership for the entire project. So, and this is just to name a few. I'm sure that I can bring in a lot of members from the team, and they can tell you specifically the things that they have learned. You know, because like I said, you get what you put into it. So it's just a lot of things. I've learned so much just by being part of it, and I know that by participating in this project, that's going to open a lot of doors for me. So I'm very confident about that.
Perfect. Next questions is, are there any fees to join ECO?
At the moment, we don't have any fees, but as we move forward with the competition side of things, and as we get ready to travel, because it's a competition and we do travel as a team, so that's one of the benefits of joining. We probably will have to charge fees, but right now, since we're still in the design stage, we don't have any fees particular for ECO. But of course, if you signed up for the class, you would have to pay for the class.
Perfect. The other question is, has there been any ideas yet?
Any ideas for the vehicle?
I believe that's the question. That's the only. Yeah, he says yes.
Oh
Or
yeah.
she,
Oh,
pardon
definitely,
me.
definitely. I mean, we started just to give you some insight as to how we started. You know, we formulated the teams into different subsystems, and then we started with system requirements, right? We told each team, okay, go through the rules and tell us the system requirements. What are the requirements that you need to comply by? Comply by? What do you need to design to? Once that was defined, okay, what's the history? What have other teams done, right? Because we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, right? We're trying to make a design, we're trying to make it better, right? We're trying to work with what we have and optimize it. And after that, it's just like the preliminary design stage, right? The conceptual design. For example, the structure team, you know, they came up with various concepts, and they did the CFD, and they determined the one that was more aerodynamic. And once they had that defined, they went out forward with the chassis that can match that structure, right? So we do have a design and an idea going on that we're working on currently, that we'll be presenting in our preliminary design review, which will be taking place in 2 weeks. So we'll be presenting to faculty of the work that we've done for this vehicle. So at the moment, we're working on having a structure, a body, um, the drivetrain components that match that, the powertrain components that match that, the electrical. So we do have an existing design to show that we're working on as a team.
All right. The other question is, does ASME include Baja too?
No. So like Mayra talked about earlier, we have currently 3 design teams that are active and supported by the department. That includes Shell Eco Marathon, which is under the umbrella of us, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and then the Mini Baja, that's under the umbrella of SAE, which I believe they'll be presenting in a bit, and Spaceport America, which is under the umbrella of AIAA. So with an ASME, you'd be joining the Shell Eco Marathon team.
And I believe those are all the questions we have.
Cool. So just to sum it up, guys, ASME, we're all across the board, from professional development, through workshops, through socials and mentoring, where we pair you up through our mentorship program, up until technical projects where you get the chance to participate in the Shalico Marathon team. So like I said, you know, we're here to represent mechanical engineering students. We're the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and we hope to see your engagement in future events. If you didn't get a chance to scan, please scan for this interest form, and we'll have your information, and we'll send you updates as to what to do to be onboarded onto the team. So thank you for your time, guys. I'll give you guys a chance to scan this for a couple seconds, and then I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Jesus.
Thanks, Mayra.
Thank you for everyone for listening to us.
Thank you all. Super informative. And I know combining Shell Eco Marathon with ASME was brand new, and they were essentially voluntold to take on this task. So I thank you both for taking it on swiftly and happily. And we're really excited to see what this team has to offer moving forward. Do we have any representative from Mais or SHIP on here? I know we went over time, but I just don't think they're here. So in the meantime, I think we have the Keck Center presenting in a few minutes at 4:20. But for now, I just wanted to go over any questions you all may have for the department. I know at the end I had slotted on the schedule for department questions, but there was a mix-up in the schedule. So we can go over any general questions you all may have. Yeah, of course. Let me share my screen. Okay, so as you can see, this is where it got mixed up. So the Keck Center is from 4:20 to 4:40, and then SAE should be from 4:40 to 5 p.m. So just to respect your time, we'll cut out the department questions, and I can go over any questions you all have now for the department. So I know, for example, earlier the double major was brought up. And if you all have any other questions or concerns in regards to the department, I can answer them for you while we wait for the Keck Center rep to come on in. Yeah, of course. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So with SAE, do we still have the same opportunities to substitute the class for the organization?
Yes, for SAE, it is a mini Baja competition that they're doing, and you can substitute the exact same courses, and it will be under Dr. Cedillos. So those, that class actually, you can just register for it on Goldmine.
And then we need a department approval again?
Right, yeah. So you'll have to talk with Cedillos just for him to say, yes, you're on the team, you're in the course. Just because we don't want to overwhelm the class with students who won't actually contribute to the team. So you want to make sure that you have permission from the faculty member.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Where can we find the application to be part of the ASME mentorship program? Mario or Jesus, if you have any information on that you can just type that in the chat and that'd be super helpful. Do we have any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Sorry, I'm like, so for example, if I want to join the most recent teams and the researchers, the best possible way is just to email the teacher and be approved to the team, or because I cannot like personally attend the meetings due to like my job.
Right.
And I'm like really interested in joining for a while, even working as like the actual eco. Is it the best way possible to just email the teacher or the organization itself?
So you can go about it two ways. If you really want to get course credit for it, in that sense, it's non-negotiable. You do have to attend the class, but you can go on Goldmine or like Mario posted up the dates and times which the class is meeting. And as long as you can attend the class, then that's fine. You don't have to attend the general meetings. But if because of work you can't attend to the general meetings and you cannot attend the class time, in that case, I would contact the general organization to see what can you do. You know, could you be part of one of the smaller teams and just find times to meet with them whenever you're available? Could you just help do the professional development side of it? You know, help table at events whenever you're available, and then participate in that way. So I think it just depends how much of a time conflict you really have. So if you want to be part of the course or part of the team in some capacity, then yes, I would email the professor. If you just want to be part of the org in some capacity, not necessarily working on the vehicle itself, then I would say just contact the teams like Mario, Jesus, and see, you know, what can you do whenever you're available. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Like,
of
I just
course. Alrighty. Okay. Awesome. So Andrea is here. So Andrea, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and you can start sharing yours and unmute yourself so that we can hear all about what Keck has to offer.
Awesome. Hello, my name is Andrea Soto. I'll be representing the Keck Center for today. Let me just share my screen. I hope you can see it. I think it's loading the presentation. So, can you guys see it?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So, hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea, as you already know. I am the representative today for the WM Tech Center for 3D Innovation. My position is technically as a student ambassador, but I also do participate as an undergraduate research assistant, which I'm here to like promote and show you all about. So first up, I have a little video that I would like to show you. So yeah, what you saw in this video is basically what I like to call the future of manufacturing. As we know, manufacturing does take a lot of resources, and something that additive manufacturing does very cool is that it provides like that resourcefulness and it makes the most with the least. And it's fairly recently new, like a technology. So what the Keck Center does is basically we try to research those parameters so that in the future we can be more efficient and more proficient with machines and any kind of additive manufacturing. There's 7 types. Oh, you didn't see the video? I'm just seeing that chat. Okay, well, if we have any problems, I'll send the presentation or I'll try to play it again if you can have any questions. So yeah, basically what the Caltech Center or where we searched was that we were founded in 2000, like 20 years ago, as you can see. It started with like this small facility on campus with a 6,000 feet facility. And now it's like this huge facility. I don't know if you've ever been here, but we do have like a bunch of rooms and we do study like the 7 processes of additive manufacturing. We have more than 70 machines, and we recently opened this facility in downtown El Paso that has one of the biggest things that I've seen in my life, honestly. It's like this big additive machine. The size of a room, it could print. Okay, yeah, I'll play it again at the end, sorry. But yeah, as I was saying, it's this size like a room, and it can print basically like all types of components of like big machinery or even like furniture. It's amazing, honestly. We do have like a lot of projects with federal agencies and industrial clients. Our portfolio is mostly like global, basically. The so what the Keck Center provides a lot is like we become leaders in the AM industry, not only in what is already being studied, but we are incentivized to work in development and looking for more proficient ways to provide for our future. This does help a lot to our economic development. It basically provides like an opportunity for not only El Paso, but the United States and the world to look into more ways of making the most without being like wasteful of what we already have, and also while looking for like more sufficient things that will last longer. And then let me go. Yeah, so here you can see like a timeline of basically what the Keck Center has been through. We purchased our first machine in 2000. We didn't get like our facility until 2006, but it was like a 6,000 square feet, which is almost half of what we have today for like the UTEP facilities. We have been partners with NASA. We have like the C-Center. It's like our sister location. We do help a lot with a lot of their machinery, and I know like the teams do work with us and do research, and we do presentations, and all together we are like this huge team of different groups that are always looking into research with additive manufacturing, perhaps in different sectors. You can see here that in 2020 we officially opened our new facility in downtown El Paso. It's 70,000 square feet. So yeah, we call it the Cotton Facility. It's basically dedicated for large area additive manufacturing, training, STEM outreach, and economic development. As I already said, we do provide like a lot of workshops. I know there's something that I will be talking a little bit later on called the Drive AM. We want to not only be thankful by creating, but by teaching. It's something that we have already been doing with perhaps workshops and with our industry partners. And here's what I was talking about. The Drive AM, or the Driving Research, Innovation, Value through Education in Additive Manufacturing, or more so like it's a program that provides education and teaching and training to partners that we've had perhaps in like the more professional sector. It provides training to people that are already working in additive manufacturing that can both influence us and we can influence them for perhaps activities in like the expeditionary plants and depots, the military. I know we have projects with governmental institutions, and we do have like 3 days extensive training that will provide like that knowledge for to make more efficient and more easily working, I guess. Okay, I'll answer that question in a minute. Just let me finish with that because I'll lose track of my time. And yeah, basically what Drive AM does very nicely is that it's a professional training from professionals to professionals, which is basically like this, it creates like this mindset of both teaching and teaching and learning. And I think that's one of the ways we at the Keck Center learn a lot, by both being influenced and influential. Something that I wanted to highlight today, I guess, is the graduate certificate in 3D engineering and additive manufacturing. As you know, there's a lot of graduate programs. UTEP provides a lot of opportunities, and one that the Keck Center wants to teach or provide is this graduate certificate. It basically provides knowledge in additive manufacturing in the equipment, not only in one of the types, perhaps like laser, sorry, I lost track of my words, like powder bed fusion, but like polymer resin. There's a lot of types of 3D printing. It's not just plastics. So what you learned here is how to not only work with them, but create an idea of how to make it better. We create professionals, basically. And here is like an overview of our certificate. We introduce you to 3D engineering and additive manufacturing, of course. It takes up a year, and you work through live projects. I know a lot of people here have like their own personal projects, but also they focus on like each teacher and or each like educator or mentors programs. We provide a lot of that push, I guess. It's not like throwing yourself alone, but you do have a team, and it's very cool to work with people that both know what they're doing and that don't know what they're doing, because at the end of the day, you're all going to be enriched by that knowledge. I'll also answer that question in a second. Let me go to the steps. So yeah, basically you have that class, the design studio, the design for 3D engineering and additive manufacturing, design studio 2, and advanced 3D engineering and additive manufacturing. It's a very intensive program. As you can see, there's a lot of dedication. So we are looking for people that plan to not only focus on their studies, but also focus on like the efficiency of their projects. Another here is like kind of answering that question, but I'll go more into detail about it later. So the admission requirements are the bachelor's degree. Of course, you have to have an engineering degree, preferably in mechanical engineering, because I know it has like a partnership with that. But any engineering works, any related field with STEM. You do need like your official transcript, your resume, and something very important is the signed letter of recommendation from a supervisor or faculty member. You can come to the CAC, you can talk to us. I know a lot of people are scared of talking to professors, but people here are very open and they always want to teach you to push yourself, and they always are willing to help you and motivate you. You can directly ask questions to Dr. David Espalin. I know he is a certificate program advisor. He works here at the CAC. You can always see him around. So he's a very approachable person. I know people are scared of teachers, again, but don't be scared of them. They are willing to teach you. They're teachers for a reason. There's a little bit of a different application process depending on your level. I guess new students do have to submit like all their documents and applications. If you're in graduate school, it's different if you're in your bachelor's. Current graduate students do have to send an email to be admitted because of that like overlap. We don't want to cause problems, and we want people that will be dedicated. And current undergraduate students will have to talk to your advisor, and you'll have to apply for this combined master's and bachelor's programs, because some of the classes do count towards your master's degree, not all of them. I'll explain that also in a second. But yeah, it's a very inspiring and very active work that will give you a lot of plenty of opportunities. As you can see, some of our members have worked with a ton of companies, basically from NASA to Boeing to Autodesk to Texas Instruments, Cummins, and everyone can see here that they're names that you can easily recognize. They're names that are out there, and they're names that will provide you with a good future. But to get that good future, you do need to apply for opportunities. As you can see also, additive manufacturing is not focused in one like area. It's not just like aerospace, or not just like oil, or maybe not just like engine and power. You can look, every avenue is open as long as you're willing to try for it. We also are very excited to, if you don't want to take like the graduate certificate, or if you're not available for it, we have open positions here at the CAC for research assistants. We are preferring graduate students, but I know we definitely take undergraduates, and it's a very good opportunity to put yourself out there. I, as an undergraduate, recommend it greatly. So if you're interested in working at the CAC, it's not just like a 9-to-5 job. We have opportunities for projects. You learn about like things that are not going just in El Paso, or not just in the CAC Center. We have this project that's global and worldwide. We basically study the parameters to be set for the future for machines so that they can be used more efficiently, and people basically know how to work them out. So it's like working from the ground up. You can submit your resume to me. I'll send my email through the chat later, or make it available soon. Sorry, my computer's acting up on me. And yeah, part-time it is available at the CAC Center. I myself am a part-time student, and I know a bunch of people are. And I think right now we are taking U.S. citizens only, but don't feel don't lose your encouragement. We take all types of people from all types of backgrounds, from all types of passions. A couple of success stories just to finish. We have people that work not only like in the local area. We have, for example, Hugo Mendieta. He left, he graduated in 2018, and he's currently working in Munich, Germany. Andres Navarro is working in Detroit, Michigan. They're both working, as you can see, for polytive or metal additive manufacturing systems. And it's very exciting. As you can see, we don't focus just in one avenue. We try to give our people everything, or the most that we can. Another one is Kinatsin Hidalgo. They're working in Mexico, sorry. They're also, most of them focus in additive manufacturing, but I know the opportunities here don't just prepare you for additive manufacturing. They prepare you basically for everything. You go from critical thinking to project design to project analysis to all stages of a project. Everything you can imagine is here. We don't only focus in one area, and you don't have to just be centered in one area. You can always not jump around, but definitely ask. Something we encourage a lot here is asking. And if you have like a mistake or if you commit like an error, we don't discourage that. I know the Keck Center is very supportive of mistakes because we see them as opportunities of knowledge. Another success story is Jesus Rivas Garcia. He recently just left. It says 2018, but I know he recently just left. He is working in Ciudad Juarez, and he's part of the AM group in Delphi. Arlene Smith is working for the U.S. Air Force. As you can see, we do have, as like I mentioned, projects with governmental agencies and with like more national teams. So those are like a base or like a step you can take to work as an intern or to work like a design engineer, to work like professional roles. And that would be it for me for now. I'll answer some questions. We want to thank you. These are the people that are like our faculty, people that you can reach out for. We have Dr. Espelin, like I said, Frank Medina, Yang Lin. Those are like the professors that mostly carry their own groups. I'll answer your question in a second. And there's faculty that are always willing to help you, like Dr. Cesar Terrazas. Dr. Ryan Ricker actually is the one that's basically like our head manager. I like to call him like that. But yeah, he basically overviews the Keck Center, and all of them really inspire you to keep working, to keep looking. And yeah, it's very exciting to work at the Keck because you see all types of backgrounds, all types of people working, and all types of machinery, maybe very new, maybe like more experienced, but it's always like an avenue of opportunity. These questions are more dedicated for the graduate certificate. The program does cost, you have the cost here, they're approximate. These are like from last year. I'm not very sure what they'll be for this year, but I'm certain they're fairly similar. Like I mentioned, if you are an undergraduate student, some of those credits do count towards your degree. So classes can be electives for your bachelor's in science, bachelor's degree, sorry. As you know, we have to take like the senior electives, and this is a great step to like work into that graduate certificate or perhaps into your master's. If you're a graduate student, as I mentioned, all 5 classes will count towards your master's degree. This does not mean that that fulfills your master's degree. It's like a certificate, so it's just like a portion of it. The classes will not be online. They were the previous semester, or the previous year, I'm sorry, some of them weren't, because of course you need hands-on with the labs. You can register right now for Introduction to 3D Design and Additive Manufacturing, Design for 3D Engineering and Additive Manufacturing, and Design Studio 1. This one will be a winter master class, so keep that on the lookout. It just takes like 2 weeks. So the more focused one are MEX 5352 and MEX 5351. And about enrollment, again, you can speak to the certificate graduate program advisor, which is Dr. Espelin, or the mechanical engineering graduate advisor, or the mechanical engineering bachelor advisor, which are Dr. Yun Ling and Miss Eliana Solis. And about the questions that you have put in the chat, can we visit the faculty at downtown to see the installation and equipment? I believe we have tours for that. I would encourage you to come directly to the Keck at UTEP to ask for that. So maybe you can look into this AM days we have, which basically give you a tour both of the Keck Center at UTEP and the Cotton facility. So yeah, I would encourage you to come ask directly to the faculty. How can you register for the AM certificate? Again, I'd encourage you to speak to your advisor, I'm sorry, whether you're a graduate or an undergraduate. They'll basically position you with, if it's like something for you, if you are at a good step to take it, because I'm sure it's good for everyone, but whether you should start now or whether you could like look into it when you're a sophomore, when you're a senior, and when you're a junior. I know we take mostly juniors and seniors because that's like the fast track program. Luis Loera asks, is part-time available at the Keck Center? Yes, like I mentioned, there's a couple of us, well, there's plenty of us that are part-time, and it's mostly the ones that are undergraduate students. And Marco Esteban Escobedo Chaparro asks, do we need some skills or something related to work at the CAC Center? While we definitely encourage you to have engineering skills, perhaps be familiar with 3D design software, perhaps AutoCAD, SolidWorks. I know we work a lot with SolidWorks. We also encourage you to come in. You don't miss anything if you don't exactly have any engineering skills. Perhaps you do have engineering skills, but like not anything too profound at the 3D design area. I know we also are taking CS students, computer science students. So anything you have that is gonna work for the CAC Center, perhaps like machining, perhaps you know how to work harness operators, how to work, like I said, 3D design software. Anything that you have learned to your career will be of use to you. Is it exclusive to US citizens? I believe currently we are hiring mostly US citizens, but if you are not a US citizen, don't feel disencouraged to look into it or to send your application. I know I'm an international student myself, and I had the opportunity to work at the CAC Center. So I would definitely ask again, send your resume. We will look over it. We will search for your opportunity. As long as you're a good candidate, you can work here. So yeah, that'd be it mostly for us, from me, my part, I guess. So I don't know if anybody else has any questions or if I went already over time. I'm sorry. I don't know. Mayra? Okay, I just read the message. Yes, the CAC Center, I believe, is near the C Theater. It's right across the Dean's office from engineering. You enter the main entrance from engineering, and we're at the corner. Yeah, it's very easy to get here. So yeah, it's near. Thank you, everybody, for your attention and for the opportunity to present here. It's very exciting for me to present about the CAC Center. I do have a very big passion for it right now that I'm working here. But yeah, I'd encourage you all to look into it, even if you don't want to work here. Just come look around. You are available to just check out the installations, to perhaps ask for a tour, ask what we do, and always stay curious about it and about anything that you do at UTIP. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm gonna just get the presentation on here. Okay, let me know if you guys can see this. Okay, so we're SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, and this is our board for this year. I am Laura Marquez, and I'm the president of this organization. SAE, we're pretty much an off-roading organization that just designs and manufactures a mini off-roading car. This is all-terrain sport vehicle, and it's supposed to be ergonomic and sustain a lot of impacts and just be able to be in all-terrain while we make the calculations for it and withstand a lot of impacts with this. We do have a competition. It's a yearly competition. This year will be in June, I believe, and we'll be going over to Rochester, New York. In this competition, we have 8 parts of it, which is going to be an endurance, steering, acceleration, hill climb, suspension, a cost event, design, and sales presentation. These parts have all a report and an explanation as to why you did this. The endurance test is pretty much just driving the car until it breaks. So we hope it doesn't break. Most of the teams have gone around 30 laps, which can tell you about how heavy the whole trail is. And then we have our sub teams. So this team doesn't just work with whatever you have, we have different teams that take care of their own parts. So we have frame, safety, suspension, steering, and powertrain and brakes. As of now, we have frame and brakes completed for this year's competition, and everything else, safety, we're just working on making sure that each sub team is following the rules, and also we have our testing site preparing it for testing. Suspension, steering, and powertrain. Right now, we're still in the designing process, and next month will be manufacturing. So this is our timeline. Right now, we're in the manufacturing process, and we're just making sure that everyone knows how to use the machine. Everyone's still learning, so we're getting there. So if any of you are interested, this is our membership. Again, this year we're offering classes for students who want to be taking part of SAE, not just as an organization. So we could come back to that one. So we're having a Baja course registration. If you're interested in being part of SAE Baja, you can, and also take credit for it. So we have mechanical courses such as special topics, principles of engineering, and senior design. They're all being taught by Dr. Cedillos. And if you're part of this in the classroom, you're getting credit and still having that hands-on experience in working in a car, designing, networking, and hopefully bringing in more workshops available for all of you. So if you're interested in being part of SAE, we do have things that you could get out of it, such as your graduation stole, shirts, apparel, and everything that you could get in any organization. So Luis is asking, can freshmen participate? Yeah, of course. We encourage everyone to participate, especially freshmen, as you are learning more organizations. We definitely encourage you to do so. We do require a 3.0 GPA to join the class. So that's pretty much the only requirement that we have. We do work a lot with SolidWorks in designing a car like this. And so yeah, if you're interested, even if you don't have any experience, you'll learn everything that there is to know about Baja here. And we work alongside with professors, Dr. Chesa, and they're all great advisors that can help you, even in your classes. So it's a great opportunity. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to type it in. You can also email us at any time at SAE or follow us on Instagram. Is there any more questions? So the fee, if you're as an SAE member, it would be $40 for UTEP, which includes your SOL, your SAE shirt, and Baja merch, which is a cup, Baja shirt, a pin, and all of that. If you're just going to be taking the class, you don't have to pay any fee, as you're paying it in your course schedule. It's already in there, and you're getting credit, so you don't have to pay for anything else. And then the 35 SAE fee, that one is an international fee, so you don't have to worry about it until competition. So I believe that's all I have, and please reach out to us if you have any questions. If you're interested in joining, if for next semester classes, if you're interested in being part of, please email Dr. Cedillos or the mechanical department. and they will help you get everything sorted out and have you into the course for whichever class you like to take. Okay, so that's it on my part. If you guys have any questions, please reach out, and thank you.